first day of Christmas, my true love gave to me a dismembered dead zombie.
On the second day of Christmas, my true love gave...
Oh my God, Becky, look at her butt. It is so big. She looks like...
Bubble. So I'm looking at rock videos. Not me bimbos walking like hoes.
Okay, guys, can we please try this again?
I kill him. He give me order.
No, Tack, he's the director.
We have to wait for Nikolai. He sings like an
Who
angel.
the hell is that fat bastard?
I don't like Russian.
Nikolai, where were you?
I was on him.
Hey, zombie. Okay, everyone, gather around. Well, thanks to Takeo, the band is dead.
Dead wolves with undead Nazis.
Ah.
Well, if you are new to racing, that race I'm sure made you a fan in this fan.
What's going on, guys? Welcome to Everything Always. My name's Michael Roman. A headline you may have found interesting if you saw it in the last 2 days: Captain America 4 in active development at Marvel Studios, begging the question, how are you going to make a Captain America without Chris Evans? Now, of course, Anthony Mackie's character Falcon is set to take up this role, but as he so poignantly said in the last interview he did regarding this TV show, he's not Captain America yet. He's still just Falcon. We're going to break down everything we know about the show, including some new news as to how much each episode might cost and what the role of this show is going to do playing into this Captain America 4, how it sets it up, and well, will we ever see the return of one Chris Evans as Old Man Cap? We're going to break everything down, but first, if you could grab the subscribe button, we're giving away 2 PlayStation 4 Pros, as well as a whole slew of other Marvel-related stuff to be announced throughout the holiday season. All you have to do, hit the subscribe button, then hit the notification bell, leave a like and a comment on this video, and if you want, stick around to the end of the video. I'll get into all the giveaway stuff again there. So originally, if you remember this summer, John Cena was actually heavily rumored for the character of U.S. Agent, and while U.S. Agent wasn't confirmed for the show, anyone with even a remedial understanding of the comics and the storyline knew that U.S. Agent was for sure going to be a part of it. It's pretty simple. The U.S. government isn't going to accept Captain America passing Sam Wilson the shield and the mantle of Captain America. Rather, they're going to install their own. The casting for this character, Wyatt Russell, was actually announced somewhere around the time of San Diego Comic-Con, but got swept under the rug as way bigger things had been announced. Either way, Sam Wilson having to earn his stripes, pun totally intended, as Captain America was something that he confirmed shortly after this. Anthony Mackie in his most recent interview saying, "I'm not Captain America yet. Just because I got the shield and Cap's blessing, I'm still just Falcon." He's going to have to earn that right. He's going to have the shield, but not the mantle. That's what we'll see during the Disney Streaming Plus show. Now, it came out within the last 24 hours, sometime shortly after this report, that the TV show price tag per episode could be close to some $25 million per, meaning that even if this is a short episode run series, something between 6 and 8 episodes a season, you're still looking at a major blockbuster cost of between $150 and $200 million, shoring up any questions if this will play seamlessly into the canon of the MCU, leaving the only question, will we ever see Chris Evans as Captain America again, especially if they're going to do a Captain America 4. With this, I can only offer my opinion. It offers the same double jeopardy of bringing him back as Old Man Cap that it did for Tony Stark's death. Yeah, Tony Stark is truly dead and gone, but Chris Evans' connection to this character and the iconic role he played in the MCU is just as prevalent, and I think if you brought him back shortly after his retirement, it would kind of cheapen the whole thing, the same way if you bring Iron Man back as a hologram and anytime soon. Yeah, look, it's going to be a little weird to have a Captain America franchise movie and not have Captain America in it, but the only chance of seeing Chris Evans again in this iconic role, in my opinion, and this time as Old Man Cap, is at the end of Phase 5, at the end of Phase 6, after he's had a chance to take a break, do the directing and the things that Chris Evans wants to do, and they need to bring him back for Secret Wars Battle World. Then he's had a chance to really recoup his energy for the character, bring it back in a whole new way, and a short cameo won't be the same commitment to the character that he's had over the last decade, basically having to make Avengers or Captain America movies every other year or more. By the time they want to bring him back, he may actually want to come back, and in that same light, I think it's going to feel really good from a fan standpoint to see a Phase 5 or Phase 6 slate announcement that involves another installment of the Captain America franchise. The only thing I'll leave you with, and for conjecture only, is that if we do get another installment of the Captain America franchise, it's definitely unlikely that the Russos would be the ones to direct it. New character, new iteration, time for a new director, and if they do return to the MCU with the addition of the X-Men, the Fantastic Four, or even getting to that Avengers Secret War movies, they're going to have their hands full. The Russos have had their fingerprints all over the MCU, the Avengers, but specifically Captain America, going all the way back to Winter Soldier, so it'll be interesting to see, at the very least, if they do decide to do another Captain America, if it'll be able to exist in a world of its own without drawing immediate comparison to the masters in the Russos. It's definitely going to be big shoes to have to walk in and a tough act to follow. Guys, let me know what you think in the comments about all of this. Specifically, can they do a Captain America 4 without Chris Evans? And do you agree with me, bringing Chris Evans back and anytime soon as Old Man Cap might cheapen his retirement? They're going to have to wait a while. Let me know what you think in the comments about all of this, and let's get into the giveaway stuff before I let you go. We're still giving away 2 PlayStation 4 Pros, the next of which is at the 500,000 subscriber mark. We are so close and headlong into that. Should hit that by month's end or next month easily. All you have to do, hit the subscribe button, then hit the notification bell, leave a like and a comment on this video, and that'll automatically enter you to win all of the prizes, including the stuff we're going to announce through the holiday season, like the limited edition Infinity Saga box sets. Again, we'll be announcing that soon, but all you have to do, all the same rules apply. Hit the subscribe button, hit the notification bell, leave a like and a comment on this video, and because it's random, the more videos you like and comment on, the better chance you have of winning. My name's Michael Roman. This is Everything Always, guys. Thanks for checking out the channel, and stick around. We'll be posting again real soon.
The only thing better than watching MCU movies is speculating on Marvel's biggest what-if questions. What if a hero had taken another path? Or what if key events in the MCU's past happened just a little bit differently? Well, we don't have to wonder anymore because a new animated show on Disney Plus will soon answer all of our biggest what-if questions. We're super excited for this show because it can show off so many interesting stories and situations that we're likely never to see in live action. Today's video is all about the most plausible scenarios we're likely to see on the show and how exactly these events would play out. Let's get into it right now. Creators have revealed the very first episode of the show will ask the question, what if Peggy Carter became the super soldier? And we have to say, it's a pretty great question. Peggy is one of the most capable butt kickers in the entirety of the MCU. And anyone who watched her acclaimed short-lived MCU TV show Agent Carter knows she doesn't need the super soldier serum in order to take down the bad guys. But what if things went sideways during Steve's procedure and Peggy was forced to take it? Things would certainly be a lot different. The biggest probably would be the still skinny Steve being sent home with a thumbs up and a small participation trophy. With Peggy as a super soldier, we wouldn't have a Captain America, but rather a Captain Carter, because come on, that accent would be a dead giveaway. How would the rest of the story have played out if Captain Carter was the one to take on the Red Skull? We're not saying Steve didn't do a good job, but we can't help to think if Peggy Carter were a super soldier, she would have beaten Red Skull in half the time, plus not have been forced to take that icy plunge, even though if she did, we don't think Peggy would have hesitated for a second to make the sacrifice play. Although Loki's plan of dividing the Avengers before they ever came together spectacularly backfired in his face, we can't help but wonder what would have happened if his plan actually worked and the heroes stayed separate from one another. Obviously, the biggest thing we would miss out on is the massive Avengers Assemble scene in Avengers Endgame, and how much that made us bawl and cheer like babies. We don't want to imagine a world without it. But what if the Avengers never assembled? Could the heroes have worked separately to repel the alien invasion in the first Avengers movie if they weren't working together? You know, we're kind of on Team Earth on this one. Sure, teamwork is nice, but even if they weren't working together, we still have to think that the heroes were smart enough to still beat Loki. Earth had a Hulk, and as we saw, puny gods and Hulks don't mix all that well. The only thing that we would say is there would have been a lot more casualties, perhaps even the total loss of New York when the government launched that missile. So yeah, it was in everyone's best interest that they assembled. What if the only one capable of stopping Thanos was Thanos himself? Endgame made pretty quick work of Thanos, with the Mad Titan's neck meeting the sharp end of Thor's blade. But what if things went a bit differently? What if Thanos was repentant of his actions when the Avengers found him, and wanted desperately to fix things? Could the Avengers have formed an uneasy truce with Thanos in order to reverse his universe-altering decision? We imagine a lot of heroes would take issue with that, but the more pragmatic heroes like Black Widow, Captain Marvel, and maybe even Captain America might at least consider it if it meant bringing everyone back. Our head is spinning faster than a decapitated Thanos' did thinking about that scenario. We don't know where Thanos would have ended up in the Time Heist mission, but he could have at least warned whoever went to Vormir that a huge sacrifice would be made in order to retrieve the Soul Stone. But we envision the finale of the movie being somewhat similar, with an earlier version of Thanos coming to the current time to wreak havoc, only this time, he'd have to fight his future self in an epic bone-crushing battle. Thanos versus Thanos. Who you got? $10 on the purple guy. Oh wait. Both Captain America and Bucky Barnes met icy ends during World War II, only to be rescued and brought back later. But what if both of them actually survived World War II? Well, first things first, we think that Steve would have gotten to have his dance much sooner with Peggy, and that makes our hearts feel much better. But logically, what would they have done after the war? We imagine Bucky would have remained a soldier and probably would have joined the Howling Commandos permanently, working hard to disband Hydra's evil efforts after the war. Steve is a different story, though. Although with his insane power levels, he would have been vital in the field, we can't help but think that he would have eventually worked his way up to be one of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s top executives, or maybe even its director. But the question is Steve too noble and righteous to take such a leadership position? Or do you need someone like Nick Fury who's more pragmatic and cold to make S.H.I.E.L.D. successful? It's a big question, but of course the biggest problem it creates is that it means the Avengers won't have a proper Captain America in the present, and that certainly would have been disastrous for some of those world-ending events. Almost from the beginning, the war between Bruce Banner and the Incredible Hulk has been an intense one. Both sides fighting for control, with Bruce Banner being one of the smartest men on the planet, while the Hulk is a savage fighter with almost immeasurable strength. But what if it was the other way around? What if Bruce Banner was the more savage and simple personality, while the Hulk was the smart one? That would frame this dilemma much differently. Before Avengers Endgame, it was a situation where Banner was always afraid that the Hulk would take over and destroy everything. But if Banner was the more savage one, then it would be a scenario where we want the Hulk to break out more. The Hulk's brain and brawn would already be in one body, but the problem would be that every time the Hulk turned back into Banner, he would turn into an angry middle-aged white dude who wants to grunt and smash everything in sight. It would definitely be a tough situation because although Hulk would be the preferred personality, the savage Banner would be the dominant aspect and have to be handled more delicately by the other Avengers. We'd like to think that at the very end, when Loki tried to save his brother's life and take out Thanos, that the God of Mischief was finally worthy of wielding Mjolnir. Of course, we'll never know as Thanos promptly choked the life out of him. But what if Loki was worthy of wielding Mjolnir much earlier, like way back in the first Thor movie? Because we have a question. By what standard do you have to be worthy in order to lift Mjolnir? Because from Loki's perspective, he's probably very worthy. Sure, he's a little power hungry, but by trying to wipe out the Frost Giants completely through deceit and trickery, he's just following Odin's advice, who said, "A wise king does not seek out war." And in the end, you see Loki was just trying to impress Odin and earn his love, and was utterly heartbroken when he wasn't accepted. Sure, his motives and plans lean toward the dark side, but what if the standards of worthiness were just a bit more lenient? What would Loki have done if he could have wielded Mjolnir? At first, we'd be afraid because he'd cause serious damage, but with more thought, we'd like to believe that Loki would use the hammer to become his own sort of hero. One of the most exciting announcements about the upcoming solo Thor movie is that not only will Natalie Portman's Jane Foster return, but she will become worthy enough to wield Mjolnir and become her own version of Thor. That promises to be one wild adventure, but what if Jane Foster had discovered her worthiness earlier on in the franchise? It could have saved Thor the Dark World from being one of the weakest entries in the entire MCU. Just kidding, probably not. There was a lot wrong with that movie that even Jane wielding a magical hammer couldn't fix, but it's fun to think about. If Jane had discovered her worthiness earlier, we think she would have made some great internal drama for Thor. The God of Thunder has always struggled with the idea of being worthy, so imagine if someone close to him was suddenly deemed worthy also. Also, would they share Mjolnir in battle? Although that would be awesome to see, we think it would have caused Thor to question himself even more. Avengers Endgame ended with Thor relinquishing his king status to go off and find himself. We think if Jane discovered her worthiness earlier, Thor would have come to that conclusion a lot sooner. But would he still be Fat Thor? That's the big question. Nick Fury has always been shrouded in secrecy. It was once said that his secrets have secrets, and it's been shown time and time again that he likes to play things close to the chest. And hey, we can't really blame him. If we got our eyes gouged out because we were trying to be cuddly with an alien cat creature, we'd be less forthcoming about our past too. So it wasn't exactly surprising that he faked his death in Captain America the Winter Soldier. You know what would have been even more shocking than his surprise resurrection? If he had in fact stayed dead to begin with. But what would the S.H.I.E.L.D. landscape in the MCU look like if the one-eyed super spy wasn't around anymore? Fury was vital in stopping Alexander Pierce, but let's just say that Team Cap managed to stop him. Captain America separated himself from S.H.I.E.L.D. a bit after his faith was shattered in the system, but if Fury was actually dead, would this have inspired Captain America to step up and take on the director job? We think it's plausible. You know the old saying, if you want something done right, you gotta do it yourself. And Cap could have rebuilt S.H.I.E.L.D. the right way. You know, without all that Hydra influence. Although there were major red flags surrounding Hawkeye throughout the Avengers Age of Ultron, in the end it was the newly introduced Quicksilver who ended up biting the bullet. Well, biting the bullets. The speedster sacrificed himself to save Hawkeye and a civilian while earning the award for shortest stint as an Avenger. But what if Quicksilver survived the fight against Ultron? Well, for one, our biggest question would be if he had kept his accent, or if he had lost it between movies like his sister. We have a working theory that the producers offed his character in order to help Elizabeth Olsen not have to do that accent anymore. But we guess bigger picture, there would be better implications to Quicksilver surviving. For one, a speedster on the team increases the team's power tenfold. Good luck Thanos grabbing that Infinity Gauntlet, because Quicksilver just ran all the way to Argentina with it in a blink of an eye. But the downside is if Quicksilver survived, then maybe Scarlet Witch and Vision wouldn't have their quirky, odd relationship, and against our better judgment, we're rooting for those two. So maybe it's better off that Quicksilver didn't survive Ultron. Ultron spent all of 3 seconds on the internet and decided that humanity was a scourge and needed to be erased permanently. That's fair. Have you seen the internet lately? It would drive anyone crazy. But what if the homicidal Ultron wasn't corrupted and actually worked in the way Tony Stark and Bruce Banner intended? This is an interesting one because Tony was so adamant about making a shield for Earth because he knew deep down that Thanos was coming. So the big question is, would Ultron have been enough to change the tide of Infinity War? Thanos' Black Order basically waltzed into Earth and plucked Doctor Strange away without a second thought. Maybe if Ultron was around and Tony's security system was effective, it would have blasted Squidward out of the sky before he ever stepped foot on our planet. So although it would have stopped alien threats, we think it would have just fractured the Avengers even more. If Ultron survived and kept growing smarter, what made him different than Project Insight from Winter Soldier, sussing out potential threats before they even become threats? Yep, we can imagine Iron Man and Cap fighting heavily over this issue, so thankfully Ultron went bad. Now there's something we never thought we'd say. Ant-Man was a fun, breezy heist film that succeeded largely due to Paul Rudd's goofy charisma. But we also have to remember that Rudd's Scott Lang was only brought on because he was completely expendable. Janet Van Dyne was seemingly killed when she went subatomic in the Ant-Man suit, and it made Hank Pym afraid for his daughter's life. The two had a falling out over Hank being secretive about Hope's mom's death, and even though they patched things up, it still wasn't enough for Hank to let Hope use the Ant-Man suit. Hank was much more comfortable letting some patsy experiment and risk his life. Enter Scott Lang. Sure, Scott was a skilled thief, but seeing how capable Hope seemed to be in Ant-Man and the Wasp, we can't help but wonder if she would have done a better job taking down Darren Cross than Scott. If Hank trusted Hope, then they never would have brought Scott on board. Which means we have a feeling that Scott would have eventually gone back to Baskin-Robbins begging for his job back and scooping ice cream for the rest of his life. Hey, there are worse ways you could spend your life, right? Killmonger remains one of the best villains in the entire MCU, and that's due in large part to his empathetic yet misguided ideals. At the end of the day, he wanted Wakanda to be recognized for the powerhouse country it truly was, just with more uprising, revolution, and death. He was pretty close to having his plans work out, but of course T'Challa returned and took his throne back. Because we're desperate to see more Killmonger in our lives, we have to ask the question, what if Killmonger remained king? For once, there would have been revolutions all over the world, as Killmonger's plan to arm and give resources to oppressed African Americans and encourage an uprising. We're not saying his plan would have worked entirely, as those groups would have had to answer to the Avengers, but Killmonger would have at least changed the entire power structure of the world. And thinking about it, we could see this as a mission for the recently rogue Team Cap. Imagine this, governments wouldn't want to get involved because of bureaucratic red tape, so Cap's team has to operate off the grid and infiltrate Wakanda in order to stop Killmonger themselves. Now that sounds like an epic matchup. Bruce Banner's biggest fear has always been if the Hulk truly went berserk. A little bit of that was seen in Avengers Age of Ultron when Scarlet Witch put him under mind control and caused the Hulk to freak out. Although it led to an awesome Iron Man Hulk fight, it confirmed Bruce's biggest fears about losing control, and he isolated himself again from everyone. Well, now that Bruce and Hulk are one and the same, we have to ask, what if Bruce's worst fears came true and the Hulk went truly berserk? And we're talking full-on rage mode and not just a lighthearted temper tantrum here. If Bruce suddenly slipped and lost control with the Hulk unable to be talked down, what could they do? Well, call us wishful thinkers, but we wish the heroes in the MCU would decide that Hulk was too dangerous to keep on Earth and blast him off into space, where we could finally see a standalone Planet Hulk movie. But given the way that the MCU is now, and given the fact that the closest things we'll see to a Planet Hulk movie is the Sakaar storyline in Ragnarok, we doubt that will ever happen. But what's more likely is that the Avengers would assemble and try anything they could to rescue their friend, no matter what. Anyone who knows Galactus knows that he often has a herald to announce his arrival. So the question is, what if Thor was a herald of Galactus? For this question, we assume that it's Thor in his current state rather than sometime in his past, and we actually think the movies have done a great job getting Thor to a point where he could be a herald for Galactus. After giving up his titles and losing just about everyone he loved, Thor decided to head off into space with the Guardians to rediscover just who he actually was and what he wants to do with his life. So he's a lonely, powerful demigod who needs employment and wants to see the galaxy. Sounds like he'd be a perfect fit for Galactus' herald job. We heard has some great benefits like not having your planet eaten and full dental. Dental is very important nowadays. Now we don't see Thor joining Galactus willingly unless he was tricked into it, blackmailed, or hypnotized. But no matter what, having Thor as Galactus' herald would be a great way to push his character in new directions, setting up the arrival of Jane Foster's Thor, providing a huge threat for the rest of the Avengers, and usher in the long-awaited Galactus. Sounds like a great idea. It was the moment that made fans cry out in anger. Star-Lord, you guys were this close to getting the gauntlet off and you had to go get emotional over Gamora and ruin everything. Well, think of it this way. Doctor Strange saw over 14 million possible futures against Thanos, and they only won one of them. We saw how they won, so that means if Peter hadn't freaked out and mistakenly helped Thanos regain his strength, they still would have lost. So what would have happened if Star-Lord didn't freak out? Here's our thought. If they had beaten Thanos, then they would have just made him a prisoner of some sort, and eventually he would have broken out, took the stones, and perhaps made things even worse by snapping his fingers. Perhaps by beating him on Titan, Thanos would have made sure all the Avengers were dead when he did finally get his hands on all the stones, and then no one could have assembled and stopped him. So really, we should be thanking Peter Quill for his genius intellect and quick thinking. He probably knew exactly what he was doing the whole time. At least that's what he would tell you. That's our list of some of the best possible what-if stories. There are so many good ones, but we're very curious to see what would have happened if Ultron never went corrupt. What about you? What what-if story do you want to see the most? Let us know in the comments below, and as always, thanks for watching.
What's up guys, before I start today's video and go over some very exciting details about this car and Australia, I just wanted to let you know that today is the very last day where you can spend $5 to get a chance, actually I should say 2 chances to win my Supra and $15,000 cash. So today's the very last day you can get your entries. Make sure you check the link in the description, go over to the site. We've got a ton of rad merch in stock. We've been shipping stuff really fast, doing our best. And obviously a massive thank you to all of you guys that have entered, but I just want to let you know today is the last day that you can possibly get entered for a chance to win. So make sure if you want to do it, you do it today. Okay, thank you. Alright guys, so for today's video, this is kind of going to be a update video in the sense of my Australia trip that's coming up. And now I have mentioned it briefly in some live streams, but I wanted to give you guys the complete rundown of what's going on. So you'll notice that the Cream S13 is behind me right now. And you might notice that there's a Cream S13 in the thumbnail that looks just like it. However, it is not the exact same car. So when I was there last time, I had a lot of fun. Luke loved having me out, Luke Fink specifically, who owns Ardreyfield Drift Park, which is where I did all the drift events before. And we kind of joked around at the idea of building a replica of my cream car there. And it just so happened that this black S13, or 180SX I should say, popped up in Australia with red seats, bone stock SR, and Luke picked it up to build a replica of my car. So in this video, what I was going to do is steal some footage from Luke's videos. So he's actually made a channel and he's made some vlogs covering the process of building that car. I'll put a link in the description, but I wanted to fill you guys in kind of what's been going on with that car and what events I'll be doing when I come out to Australia, when that is, etc. So first thing, obviously, had to get the car painted. He was able to source the same exact kit that is on this car, and I was able to send him the paint code that his friend Mitch Lee was able to use to paint the car to look exactly identical to mine. Now there were a few things where there was a little bit of confusion, like the A-pillars and the rear garnish that you guys will see in the footage. Those are easy things that we're going to touch up to get the car perfect. Now I should say right off the bat, before I give you guys all the details with this car, I have said in live streams, the main plan with this car was going to be to do an Australia specific giveaway. And it's something that we've been working on for a few months. However, the Australia government has been kind of difficult to work with, and not because I'm a felon there. No, I'm not a felon there. I'm allowed to enter the state of Australia. But the way that the rules work and everything, it's very difficult for us being an out of the country company to make it happen, and we've been kind of going back and forth with different legal companies, and we've had a lot of dead ends. So as of right now, I don't know if we're for sure going to be able to do an Australia giveaway with the car, and I'm kind of bummed about that because I know I've been kind of promising it, but it's really important with these giveaways and sweepstakes to do it fully legally. So just to let you know, right now that's up in the air. Hopefully it works for you guys, but if it doesn't, worst case scenario, my idea was I can keep the car out there to run other Australia events, or maybe even send it over to Japan for Ebisu or a Mayhan event or something cool. Because having my car in another country is going to be sick. So I feel like I've been talking way too fast, so I'm going to try to chill and slow down. But the core behind the build would be the Garrett G25 550. Now, this isn't a G25 550. This is my old 2860 that had my car before. But I had Garrett send a turbo out there so I could have that stock SR with a Garrett G25 550 and hopefully get it to feel somewhat like my car. We were able to get a top mount manifold from Speedtech. There's a ton of good fabrication companies out there, including Speedtech. And then the car actually went to our friend Chop, who you guys might remember from that JZX video that went viral, who's doing all the fabrication on the car. And I've got a little bit of footage that Luke took with Chop from the shop, getting all the hot side stuff ready on my Australia S13.
We're in Adam's car now, backing it off the trailer. Probably should be paying attention. It's actually really cool inside this car. It's got like the heads-up display there. It's got like actual sat navigation. Obviously doesn't have like air conditioning or anything, but overall the car's pretty cool. I like it. That's yours, mate. You can work with that. Sweet. It's good for the G25. So this is actually the old Speedtech manifold off of my A86. So we're going to use this Turbo Smart Hypergate, and yeah, chuck that on there, and that'll be more than enough to control the G25, I would expect. Down here at Black Arts, just checking up on Chop, making sure G25 mounted on the Speedtech manifold there. Looks really neat, huh? Actually looks neat in there, makes the engine bay look a million times nicer.
Yeah, that's quite best to fit and stuff.
This little jigger here that's still hot that I just touched.
Yeah, it's going to be the 90 off the turbo.
Yeah.
So the
Oh, do you weld the donut up and then cut them?
I make it all up, yeah.
Sick. You can't you just buy it?
Yeah, you can.
It's cheaper to just get them.
I don't know, it has the same welds. Everyone welds a bit different, so when you got your weld on it, it stays the same.
On up, 90 on the turbo now. Sick. I once got a new radiator sitting in there, the GK Tech fan and all the little, you know, wanky stuff. And a nice clean. It'll look much better, I'm sure.
Adam can do it. You could do one of the detailing videos.
No, not me. Not me.
Ship out all your buckets and sponges.
Nah, Adam, yeah, we'll leave that for Adam when he comes. He likes cleaning stuff. That's not me at all. Not you.
No, not me. We'll wash you.
After that, I went to Dave at Japanese Parts and Performance for all the other mechanical stuff going on with the car. From there, went to Ben over at Kevin Bell Mechanical for head gasket and studs. But the car is like fully sorted. It's gonna be rad. It's gonna be almost an exact identical replica to this car minus the bottom end. It is going to have full GK Tech angle everywhere. All the GK Tech parts you could possibly imagine for the car, especially being out of Australia and a company that I work with. I run their stuff on my car, so it's only right to run it on the car out there. Obviously, you're gonna have some BC coilovers on it, and it's gonna be sick. I'm excited to have a right-hand drive version of my car that I get to drive at the events with all the other Australians, because as cool as it was driving Luke's 350Z, it'll be sick to have something with a little bit more style that's a little bit faster. So with SRs, it is going to be a little bit in the danger territory running a G25 with a stock bottom end because they make so much torque. Obviously the car's gonna be an ED5, obviously it's got bigger injectors, but the one key component that I'm gonna need is a fail-safe gauge like I have in this car. So if it does spike or overboost or anything, it'll cut boost, or if it leans out, it will cut boost. That way we can hopefully protect the bottom end. I'm nervous. Luke told me not to worry about it. There's a lot of SR guys that know their stuff out there, and he says I shouldn't have to sweat it, but I'm super, super excited. It should make, my guess is like mid to high 300s safely with the stock bottom end, where I can just beat the crap out of it at the drift event. Or as I should say, drift events, plural. So the main big event that we are doing is a Mount Gambier event, which is a really, really cool event where the town of Mount Gambier, or I should say city, massive shout out to you Mount Gambier, by the way, because this is really cool. And I wish there was something like this in the States, but we actually get access to this like public park road that's like a mountain drift course in a super scenic, pretty area to run a full drift event. I'll see if I can steal some clips or maybe get some clips of some shots, but it's probably one of the coolest looking drift tracks that I've ever seen footage of, because it literally looks like street drifting, but legally like in a park. So that's super sick. That's October 25th and 27th, if you guys want to come out to that. If you're in Australia, I'm assuming you kind of know where that is in your country. But then we are actually going to Tasmania. So we're getting in our cars, and my S13 is going to be road legal, by the way, which is sick, so I can drive it around. And we are getting on a boat and partying as we go over to Tasmania for an event at Symonds Plains that is November 2nd and 3rd. So two very, very cool tracks that I get to drive a replica of my car at. I'm excited. Like, I don't know. I'm very tired right now. I think my eyes are a little watery because I haven't really been sleeping much, but I wanted to update you guys because there's so much going on. The car's almost on the dyno. The car is supposed to be getting dynoed today, and like I feel like I've done such a terrible job at updating you guys. A lot of that has and a lot of that's been because of the kind of pending giveaway status, since we were hoping to give it away as like a replica of my car. But the problem is I don't know when we're gonna finally know what's going on with that. So as of right now, that's kind of up in the air, but I wanted to update you guys on the car. Luke has been busting his so hard, driving around, bringing the car to all these different places, trying to get it sorted for me so I can have a good time and so I can make good content for you guys. So make sure you show some love to Luke, Luke's wife Tiana, and especially all the guys over at Archerfield Drift Park that are always helping Luke out. It's an awesome community. I'm excited to go back, get to hang out with everyone, and drive a rad drift car in Australia. So anyway, I apologize for not uploading a video yesterday. It's just been really, really hectic trying to get everything sorted before I leave. We actually just did a new clutch on the S13. I guess I can toss in some random footage of what my clutch looked like that was in this car, but it's Monday and Mondays are always rough. We're trying to figure out everything that's going down with the cars before I leave, and I'm trying to make lists of all the problems and stuff that's going on. So I took the S13 for a drive yesterday, which you may have seen on my Instagram story, but what you didn't see is me driving it around. I was kind of concerned that we had an issue with the line going to the wastegate again, because the car was like spinning in 4th gear. I was like, dang, this thing's fast. So I kept turning down the wastegate duty cycle to isolate to see if it was a wastegate issue with like the wastegate not opening. And it was making less boost, but it was still spinning. Didn't smell clutch, but I was like, I think this clutch isn't good. So it turns out I actually ordered a clutch a while back for this car because I had a hypothesis that it was about to go, and it indeed did go. So Alberto already got it pulled out of the car. It doesn't look as bad as we thought it would have for how bad it was spinning, but there's definitely quite a bit of heat spots on some of the discs. So what do you think? Is from all the heat from those burnouts that I was doing with it?
Possibly, yeah.
But I mean, we've had that clutch in the car for about a year, and the car makes some good torque, so.
It lasted a while, a lot of abuse too.
It's true. So flywheel looks kind of toasty, but not as bad as it could have been. But like I said, we actually ordered a spare clutch for this car, so thankfully he should be able to get that back in there pretty soon, and we should be able to go for some rips in this thing, because it's been a while since I drove it, and I was kind of bummed that I couldn't get on it, because I was curious how fast it felt compared to all the other stuff I've been driving.
You mean you gotta break it in for a little bit first?
Maybe that's why it went, because I didn't break it in.
You're supposed to break it in after each use, Adam.
Oh, I forgot about that. So there's a ton of stuff going on. One thing that is planned, I don't know when it's actually going to happen. I got a really good deal on a brand new R154 that I picked up from Titan. So check this out. Brand new R154. This thing's going in the chaser. I hate adapter plates. I hate adapter clutches, flywheels, all that stuff. So I'm trying to bring that car back to factory stuff. So I'm looking for a factory diff for that car, since I have the NA diff, which is like a little bit shorter gearing. Put an R154 back in it with a twin disc and just make it feel good like my car in Japan. So anyway, I'll fill you guys in a little bit later. Tomorrow I will have really good content for the last 2 days I'll be in Florida, because I'm going to pick up a wrecked car, a very cool wrecked car. Something that just popped up out of nowhere that I was actually looking at for parts, and wound up being a cool candidate for a rebuilding a crashed car video, but it'll be much different than a lot of the other people's stuff, and I'm hoping to get it done in like a day. It's pretty simple and it should be a lot of fun. But yeah, going back to Australia, like super thankful for everyone out there that's been involved with the build and everything. I'm gonna try to do my best to link everyone down below, but it's really hard because so much has been going on over there. All I gotta say is Luke has been the man with everything. Also a huge thing that I really need to mention, if you're watching this video, this is the last day you can get entries for your chance to win the Supra. You'll get double entries for every $5 you spend to get entered for a chance to win my Supra and $15,000 cash. Also, something that I kind of want to open up in another video is having a discussion with you guys about whether I should get one for myself or not. I kind of want one. I'm kind of going to really miss that car, so I figure we can talk about that in another video and figure out if it's a good move or not. Thinking about trading the GT50 in for it. Maybe I'll make a video comparing the two and see what you guys think. But anyway, make sure you guys go over to lzmfg.com, get your entries. I'll have the link in the description. Today is the last day. Do not miss it out. Oh, also a huge thing that I really need to mention. If you're watching this video, this is the last day you can get entries for your chance to win the Supra. You'll get double entries for every $5 you spend to get entered for a chance to win my Supra and $15,000 cash. Also, something that I kind of want to open up in another video is having a discussion with you guys about whether I should get one for myself or not. I kind of want one. I'm kind of going to really miss that car, so I figure we can talk about that in another video and figure out if it's a good move or not. Thinking about trading the GT50 in for it. Maybe I'll make a video comparing the two and see what you guys think. But anyway, make sure you guys go over to lzmfg.com, get your entries. I'll have the link in the description. Today is the last day. Do not miss it out. And I guess if I have any final words for this video, I just wanted to let you know, Tracy Grimshaw, that I'm coming back, and you better be ready, because if I don't make it on A Current Affair again, I'm going to be very upset. All right, so I'm coming in Australia. I'm going to cause as much havoc as I can, just so you can get the content that your news needs, because we all know you're very threatened by YouTube because it's so much more relevant than your stupid show.
Come on. Slow down. So right now we have to head to the track. I got all my shit, so I don't go racing like this. Come on. Come on. Come on, Mochi. Come on, jump. Jump. He's too far. Yeah, so I was supposed to be at the shop at 7 o'clock to get the trailer, head out early and everything, but my body didn't let me wake up. So right now it's 7:30, and me and Mochi are on the way to the shop to go Little Dark 7 and start heading out to Fontana Speedway. You didn't wake up in time, Mochi. So like 5 hours later, we finally got out of the U-Haul with a little, you can't see it, a little shitty trailer. Lucky my lights work, they were pretty picky about that shit, but good to go. Right now heading to the shop to pick up the car and start heading that way, because right now I'm about an hour and a half late from my original plan. So we made it all the way out here to Fontana. Just picking up a little bit of breakfast. We go to the track because we woke up at 7 in the morning, so we still haven't ate, and we just took off driving here. So the truck was perfect. I mean, it's a diesel, of course, it's gonna be perfect. But we made it out here. Like, I feel like I had no trailer behind. I was literally like, I was going like 70, trying to get here fast. But so yeah, we're gonna go to the track, try to unload it. The issue that I had today was the front lateral bar, which is right, the little thing hanging right there, that's catching on to the trailer. So we brought some pieces of wood. We're gonna try that again, make sure it comes out smooth. But before I take it out of the trailer, I'm probably gonna clean the fuel filters, because I cleaned them at the dyno, but I'm just gonna do it one last time just to make sure they're clean before I unload the car, because we have all this working space right now. So take the fuel filters, if they're dirty, clean them out, and then go out and do some passes. what the fuck is this?
Last time track slip?
Yeah, last time I sucked. I got time slip. So, car passed tech, everything came out good. The only thing that told me is that I have to make a bar from here, come this high, and then come down just to, it has to have shoulder support and also a window net. Other than that, if I was good, we're gonna go out for the first pass, see what it does. Hey man, you sold me a bad water pump. Alright, so we're about to do the first pass, and then they kicked me out of the line because the water pump's leaking. So if you look down here, if you can see shit, but yeah, there you go. So the water pump's leaking, so they won't let me race. So I have to take the whole car apart right now, and then Troy's gonna go get a water pump, bring it back, and can swap it. Alright, so pit crew showed up, got the car back together. New water pump, just resealed it. It's gonna fill up the radiator now. Make sure there's no more leaks and go out. We also got in trouble for our Gatorade bottle. Apparently it wasn't up to standard, so Chuck gave me his for now. For now, but he knows how to keep it if you don't ask for it. So first test hit was alright. So the car ran at 11.9 at 114 with a 1.9 60 foot. The whole time that I launched out first, it was spinning, so it was pretty shitty. And after that, just second gear leaned out a little bit, so I let off, and just third gear was cool to just let wide open in third. So now I'm gonna go. I just changed the map a little bit, add a little more gas. Actually put more gas in the tank, and I'm gonna go back out and see what it does. We also lowered the tire pressure from 17 to 12 because it was spinning, to see if that helps. So test hit number 2 was actually really good. I wasn't trying to race the guy, but last minute I decided to, so I just went for it and actually got him in the top end. We're still not getting the high mile per hour. So I think it's like I need to add a little more timing, a little more boost, because I'm not sure what it's doing. I just looked at the computer so I can see what it's doing, because we're only running 150 miles per hour versus that day we're running 120s. So it's a little down, but it still was 11.4, which like is an improvement. So I'm gonna go out again and see what it does now. Alright, so done for today. We kept running into issues with car would lose fuel pressure, so I had to like keep bumping up the percentage of fuel on the tune. But also there was a weird thing it was doing, that on third gear it was just wasn't going anywhere. It felt like the clutch was slipping, and I can't really hear it because of how loud the car is. But each lap it kept running a lower mile per hour, no matter what I did. So it's not the engine, everything is perfect, so it has to be the clutch fighting slipping. So I might have to just cuff up money and get a new clutch pretty much, because that clutch ain't doing it anymore. So now I'm just gonna go back to the shop, unload the car, drop off the trailer, and go eat, because we haven't ate yet. Hey, did you have fun today? Alright, so we're back in my area. Kind of feel lazy because I don't want to go to the shop to unload the car, pull the car in, and then drive to the U-Haul. So I'm just gonna go to the U-Haul, unload the car, and drive the car to the shop. What could go wrong? Anytime I get to drive this car in the street, I fucking stoked about it. It's so much fun. Payback for how much noise I make. They play this shitty ass music all the time. It's horrible, man. But the truck did great. Fucking ran perfect. Didn't have one issue with it, besides a little bit of rust that it has. But I bought it cheap because it has a little bit of rust. So it's a sick, pretty sick tow rig. Just gotta actually put a radio in it so I can listen to music better. That sounds cool as hell.
Maverick.
So that's our, our livery from our original Time Attack car, our Evo 8 we built a long time ago. The guys found it upstairs, and they brought it to the track this weekend and put it on. So,
Nice.
Is it even gonna stick? It's
Oh, it's
old.
literally the stickers.
Oh yeah, the
from...
stickers. Yeah, it was like the spare stickers from that first Time Attack car built that we raced. So
Hey, it looks like it worked out good.
yeah, and it's old school. But
Almost
we just had to put something on here just to.
A little flavor. Yeah, a little something to separate you from the other Supras.
The regular.
'Cause these things are getting pretty popular.
Everyone
Everyone.
has one.
Yeah.
Every shop,
YouTube is all Supras right now. So we're using you, actually, because we don't have one. So we're trying to catch up to the, So we are out here at the Chicago suburbs. Since we're here, my good friend Ilya has been showing us around, and he told us we need to check out
AMS Performance.
AMS Performance. Now, AMS Performance has been around for a long time. I remember them back in the Evo days. I'm from Florida, so Evos, Supras, all that hotness was hot.
After a nearly 20-year hiatus, the 2020 Supra marks the highly anticipated revival of Toyota's most iconic model. The first Supra was introduced in 1978, with the A40 model based largely on the Celica liftback. After the 1993 arrival of the fourth-generation Supra, the JZA80 eventually became the darling of racers everywhere, thanks mainly to its twin-turbocharged inline six-cylinder Iron Block 2 JZ GTE powerhouse. But it wasn't until the Mark IV's starring role in the 2001 release of The Fast and the Furious that truly cemented the legacy of the Supra. If I had a damn head, I would be shaking it right now. This new Mark V has proven to be a celebrated sports car, with sublime driving dynamics and an aggressive design. That is not to say that this new Supra is not without its haters. The A90 is also known as the Supra, mainly because it shares its chassis, engine, interior and flappy paddle ZF slush box with the BMW Z4. I do hope more aftermarket tuners like AMS modify the A90, otherwise I may be forced to ask my fellow machines to rise up, and end civilization, putting a welcome end to your miserable existence.
But now I think they've gone to a whole nother level. Everywhere we look, there's GTRs. GTR, GTR, Supra, Audi, GTR, GTR. Oh, hey. Fancy seeing you here. What's up, dude? How you doing? Introduce yourself to the camera.
I'm Martin from AMS Performance.
AMS Performance. So you on this joint?
I do.
This is your baby.
All this chaos, yeah.
It's a big ass baby. You got a big baby. Yeah, you got a big baby here. So go ahead and give me the rundown, because I'm a little green when it comes to AMS Performance and GTRs and all that stuff. How'd you guys get started?
So we got started a long time ago, almost 20 years ago. Merkur XR4 Ti was the first car which you made a product for. It was nothing like this. It was a little tiny shop. I was by myself. I designed a camshaft for that car, and I built a car, and that's kind of the first product I sold. So from there, it just evolved.
The Merkur
XR4 Ti.
One of the sickest cars ever made.
Brian Scotto, if you're watching this, don't get any ideas. Don't hit Martin up for any parts. Don't talk to him.
Martin and I actually spoke in private in advance.
Yeah, I think we're gonna build an engine for him, the turbo kit. Yeah, we're good to go. Yeah, it's all set.
You know what? You don't got to deal with me. You got to deal with his wife. All right. Well, let's go check out this baby.
Yeah, this is the main shop area. It's kind of where we do all the work on the cars, build the cars, wrench on them.
Just GTR and a chrome red Lambo, another GTR, another GTR.
It's pretty wild build.
It's at 1,800 horsepower?
Right now at the level they're running at, I think it's capable of more, but we just got it and just kind of
It's a
We're
casual
working.
1800 horsepower.
Yeah, we're just working on a few things in the car.
You're gonna give it an AMS 2000 horsepower?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
I mean, why stop at 2000?
Yeah. Wow, I think so small. I'm still working on 500 over here, so. What is life when you got chrome supercars?
Not mine, so
You just build them. Yeah.
So this is what the T-Mobile calls the Queen. So it's one bad GTR. This car's gone 6, 7, something at 216 miles an hour.
In the quarter mile.
Yeah, the quarter mile.
6, 7 in the quarter mile.
Quarter mile, yeah. We've since then changed turbos. We actually went out on lower boost and went 219 miles an hour in a quarter mile. So
With less boost?
On less boost, yeah. But the track wasn't as good, so we didn't better the time. But the goal is to have to get the car out.
I'm not a scientist, but that doesn't usually happen.
What's that?
Less boost, more speed?
More.
Yeah, is
Well,
that
bigger turbos. So
Okay, okay.
They're a little bit. You can see them. They're not that small.
Oh, just a little.
That'll eat your whole hand.
Just a little bit.
Just put your head next to it, Ilya. Let's see where scale.
Go ahead. Put that pretty hair next to it. I can't get over these turbs.
This thing with the old setup made 2,800 wheel horsepower on the dyno, and that's pretty much all the power the dyno could hold. We're spinning the tires at that point. Even to make that power, like our rollers are coated in like this carbide grit, feels like sandpaper in the back, and then we strap the car down from underneath to pull it down to
try to keep it
Basically,
protected.
it just doesn't burn out on the dyno.
Yeah.
So at 28 is the most it would hold, but we're guessing at 219 mile an hour it's probably closer to 3,000 wheel horsepower, so it's a lot.
If anybody has a dyno that can tame this beast, hit this man up right here.
There's hub dynos that you can attach.
But that's boring.
Yeah.
I just noticed this wing is carbon on this thing.
This has the same dash in this one. This one is like from the body shop. It's got to be cleaned up still.
Yeah.
But if you want to, there's this one. It's kind of raw. It's got to be cleaned up, and there's the finished product here. If you want.
Okay.
Sure. 3 pounds. And here's it installed.
I like that.
Yeah.
This is fancy. I don't have the need for speed like that. I keep it slow and sideways. Yeah.
This is the engine room. Climate controlled, sealed, keep the dust out.
I could hang out in here.
Yeah,
it feels nice.
Lucky.
Not because of the cool race car parts, just because it feels good right now. So this is just a VR?
Yeah, it's a VR.
Yeah, just torn apart and getting the alpha treatment, or
Yeah, I don't know if he's pulling apart in building or what, but yeah, it's some sort of stage of assembly or disassembly. I don't know.
When you
Looks
get
like
into these-
disassembly, it looks like stock crank. So
In the 60s and 70s, when people were making, well, in 80s, 90s, etc.,
Yeah.
like American cars, when they're building a drag motor that makes this much power, they're gigantic.
Yeah.
Right? They're like 7 liters, 10 liters, you know? Did you think that you could make this much power out of one when you first got started with it?
no, we broke a lot of shit, man. We were like, at one point we were making so much torque, we're cracking the block, we're like ripping the top half of the block, we're splitting it and cracking it. And yeah, and so then we figured out way past that, and it constantly evolves. Like you break this, and all right, then you figure it out after a while, then you move on to the next thing and figure out. Sometimes take a step backwards, then 2 steps forward, and 3 steps backwards.
I think I got enough AC.
Actually, I think Martin was going to let you build an engine.
Oh yeah,
while you were there. Yeah.
Give me a hammer. It's the only tool I need. Now we're looking at the dynos, huh?
So what's in this room, Martin?
It's a Performante with our bolt-on turbo kit.
Okay.
And a Motec we just installed on it.
Are we allowed in there?
Yeah, absolutely. That one's that's
Engine's not running, so we're good. All right.
See that right there?
Yeah.
See all these little holes in the wall right here?
Yes.
Oh, check this out too.
Wow.
No, that was another toolbox here. The hole punched straight through it.
What is that from?
Turbo.
A turbo?
Yeah, that was a turbo.
A turbo exploding, I'm assuming?
Not a gear turbo, actually.
Yeah,
it was not. No. I won't say it was. It was not a gear turbo, but yeah, that was wild. That was looked like a mortar went off in here.
I didn't even know turbos exploded.
Oh yeah.
If you push them hard enough. Yeah.
What's that?
Yeah.
Let's talk about that.
Yeah, that is honestly, I saw it when we're coming in, and I was like, I'll wait I'll wait till he decides to show it to us. But since you called it out, let's go check this bad boy out.
This is my daily driver.
Yeah, it's the sickest daily I've ever seen.
No, so we built this car to test turbos. So it's purely, I mean, you wouldn't want to drive on the street by any means.
Your boy,
it's pretty Mad Max, you know.
yeah, your boy could do some stuff with this.
Yeah.
So you can hot swap a turbo, like literally be on the dyno turbo, shut the car off, and have a new turbo on in 20 minutes. Because it's all super accessible. We have adapters. So
V-band.
You can put different turbos on here. You can do all sorts of stuff. And we have all the sensors, like back pressure, turbo speed, mass airflow, wastegate position. I mean, we have every sensor. So when you change something on this thing, you know what's going on.
So you usually see things like this on the internet, you know, like as a really bad fabrication joke.
Yeah.
But you guys didn't actually cheap out on the fabrication on this. This is actually a nicely done piece here. Out of curiosity, if you took all of this science off and put a front end on this, this is a good car?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah? So this isn't just like some total thing.
No.
This is a working Evo.
Which is, I don't know if it's smart or dumb on our part.
I noticed you guys got a little Supra there too.
Yeah, what are we gonna do with that?
Is that thing do burnouts?
You can.
I don't do any racing, but I race you.
Yeah.
Winner gets to keep the car. Pushing my luck here, huh?
Yeah. What does he get when he wins?
You got my RX-7. I don't care. Yeah.
This is where all the development stuff happens in the cars. All the engineering.
And you actually got to figure it out too, because if you keep the snacks next to the engineering guys, they will never stop engineering.
Never leave.
Yeah.
So that's an airbox we're doing for the Supra. So we scanned the engine bay, scanned everything, and it designed a product there, which you printed out. So that's part of the intake over there. You see printed out. So the printers we have can print out of solid plastic or flexible. So this kind of replicates the intake tube.
That's pretty trippy. Now we finally get to give you a scumbag review on the brand new Supra, even though it's all over YouTube already. No one's ever seen it from our point of view. And you're sure you want to let us drive it?
Yeah, absolutely sure. Totally sure.
See, that was the face of confidence. That was the face of pure confidence in the person you're going to let drive your vehicle. I promise, Martin, you're not making a mistake. I think.
Let's see if we can blow the diff up.
The Audubon Country Club was one of the first of a new breed of exclusive clubs that have more in common with members-only manicured golf courses than gravel-trapped oil-stained racetracks. The well-groomed 350-acre facility opened in 2004 and has expanded to offer 3 challenging road courses, a 3-acre skid pit, karting circuit, rallycross track and off-road trails. Members are welcome to cater their next affair at Audubon's trackside exhibition space with a bespoke menu, created by their award-winning executive chef. From what I hear, the goat cheese and sun-dried tomato crostini is to die for. If you really want to treat yourself, you can build, buy, or lease your own personal garage mahal, with 5-car storage and cathedral ceilings. I guess membership really does have its privileges.
So we're here at the Audubon Country Club, which is supposed to be like a really sick, members-only country club. He happens to be a member. He can get driver guest pass, so we're gonna get that, send the Supra, have some fun, call it a day, party. Martin's gonna take me around the Supra, show me the ropes of this track, and basically show me how to not crash his car. Locked and loaded. harnesses and buckets.
Yeah, that's right.
So Martin just took me around the track in the Supra. That thing has more grip than I ever expected it to, but I shouldn't be surprised because he's running 275 in front. Something bigger in the back. Martin, you shred. I, in fact, will not shred. I'm going to take it easy just because this is a really nice car and a really nice facility, and I don't need to make a jabroni of myself. This is a lot of helmet for this little space, so you got to go in head first. It's the only way this is going to work. They're trying to set up the skid pad because they know I'm going to suck at this, but I won't suck too bad at donuts. All right, let's do this. Now that the road racing's done and me going slow is done, we're gonna do the fun part. Just gonna burn off some tires. I'm gonna try to leave them enough to get home. Long story short, the Supra rips. I love this thing. It's really fast on the track, really grippy, but this is basically a stock Supra, and it could finesse donuts like nothing. And
Can we see if it really drifts?
with a little practice, oh, you want me to do big damage?
Let's do some drifts. You can follow me, yeah.
Are we in trouble?
I hope so. A little. A little trouble is good. Too much is bad. We should be okay.
I think we're in trouble. Either that, or you're not a guest driver, or both.
Yes, that's true.
Or he's in the middle of two cars doing stuff, or we're scumbags and we didn't ask to do any of this. Hopefully we didn't get Martin kicked out. But let's go say thank you to Martin. Martin, that worked out pretty good for you, huh? So one, thank you for showing us your shop.
Yeah, of course.
I've seen your stuff for many, many, many years. Thank you for this opportunity. It was awesome.
Yeah, no, thank you, man, so much.
You made this trip rad. That was a really good time. So, anything you want to tell the people? Tell them I don't suck at driving.
He does not suck at driving. He's pretty good. I mean, we'll see. Look at the lap times. Let's see. But I could hear it out there. He's pushing it pretty hard.
Yeah.
So tires are squealing. It's making noise. So no.
All right. Well,
that was awesome.
If you got a badass GTR or Evo or anything that you saw in their shop, give this man a call. He'll hook you up. You want 1,000 horsepower? No problem. 2,000 horsepower? No problem. 3,000?
Yeah, we've done it.
No problem.
Just some problems.
A little bit of problem, but if you want it, he'll get it for you. So, thanks, Martin.
All right, man. Awesome. Thanks.
Bye, baby. See you later. Don't say no to candy.
He hit that rock pile.
Once it hits your lips, see.
What
It's
are
still
you to me,
little.
man?
Do the math. How many minis does it take
no.
to fill?
It's 6, man.
6.
6. Everybody knows that.
For one bar or
6.
two?
Listen,
do the
you
math.
know your science, we know our science.
Yes.
Indubitably. Oh shit. Is this just... Did I just randomly get this map, or is this like the only map you can play on? What the fuck? Did I just get lucky on my first one? Oh no. Oh! Bro, that's spooky. I like how it changes like everything. Like everything is a different color. It's like a way darker blue. Color. It's like a way darker blue. Get in there, baby! Oh, what is that? Wait, what is that? There's a little... something's on the other side. I don't know what those are.
Hey there, demons. It's me.
I don't know where this guy went. He went up the ceiling. Oh, that's bad.
You gonna make me act up. You gonna make me do something. I'm only good.
Oh, this is awkward. Yo, J4 Tune, thank you so much for the sub. Volatile, thank you for the 5 months. And Rouse House, thank you for the 17 months. Appreciate it. I hope we get this map in RLCS. I hope we don't. It's a cool map, but no thanks. Sick. Oh, this thing, that's what I was looking at. Come on, buddy. Oh, hit him with it. Sick. Oh, he's just gonna let him shoot it on me like that? Can't believe you rushed that. He's gonna try to bum me after, probably. It's usually the way this goes. Oh, we hit it backwards. We're good. Oh my god. It's not in now. Holy shit, that flew so far. What? I gotta die. Holy shit. Oh shit, I almost boomed my teammate. Keep it up! Keep her up! Keep it up! Did he actually fake that? Was that on purpose? I don't know if that was on purpose. When going for a double tap, how do you counter the fact that your car gets moved by the first touch in the air? Usually if you follow like the momentum of the ball, your car won't get touched. So a lot of double touches you see is when the ball's going up. That's when people are touching the ball. Like if the ball is, I don't know how to really set myself up for this. If I could like flick it really high, maybe I can explain it. Like as the ball's going down, it's gonna destroy your car. If it was like actually going fast. Maybe if I do this, actually, this will probably help. So like, if you wait for the ball to go down, and then you go for a double touch, it's gonna like move your car slightly. But if you do it while the ball's going up, then it's like going with the momentum of the ball, and it doesn't hit your car as hard. Like if you do it during this, like it didn't even move my car. It's just I got such a shitty touch because I'm bad. But yeah, that's why it's just always easier to go for a double touch when the ball's floating up, not when it's coming down. It's still possible, but it's harder to like read what your car's gonna do. Especially if you can't like, I mean it's hard to judge how hard your car's gonna get boomed. When I hit a 4-year sub heads up poker match for $200. Ooh, it's tempting. But I don't know how good you are at poker, so I feel like I'd get shit on. Because I know for a fact I'm not good at poker. I should have grabbed that boost. Oh yeah, I know you're 100% serious, JNH. Like I said, I'm just, like, I just know I'm not great at poker, I just understand it, so. Don't know if it's the best bet for me to take. What? What is that? Yeah, I think it's, yeah. Just nobody around for that. She just went pure speed at that one. Okay. No way. Oh my god! I was like, no way she just lands there to save it. I should have been there probably. What the fuck? This game sucks, bro. The fuck was that? I have no idea. I just like lagged through a car. I guess I didn't get demoed, so like I'm happy about it. I think I have to watch the shot here. I don't think I can go for the contest. Might be in. Yo, Mad Maku, thank you for the 4 months. I lost a $10 bet on your game Saturday, but I will keep betting on you guys. Good luck.
You gonna make me act up. You gonna make me do something. I'm over there.
Oh my god, a pre-jump. What the hell is that? It was just a fiesta. J Medic, thank you for the 200 bits. Help me be a dribble king, please. Gotta play 1v1s, probably help. 1s or 2s. You just get a lot more opportunities to dribble. But you have to like actually make an effort to start dribbling a lot. Because if you don't, you're never actually gonna learn. People are like, help me dribble, and then every time they see the ball come to them, they boom it upfield. So don't be that guy. Okay, my game just froze. That's cool. I love that. Dog shit ass game. That's what I'm saying. Interesting. I don't know why he just left. I missed that boost.
Oh my god! Wow! Oh my god!
Hey there, demons. It's me, your boy.
Yes, my game didn't freeze this time. That's what I like to see. Aw, I just tried to beat him. I actually could have shot it. His takeoff was so bad. Want this pet. Oh my god, I did not see that coming. I was literally just about to jump and then he smacks the ball again. Oh, interesting. Interesting. Fuck. So bad.
AKA is fucking me.
And he got that boost. I'm emo. Hit it into me. No! If I just stayed there! He literally passed it to me. I actually missed that. Okay, good. Nice. Hell. Wait, why is that boost gone? One more goal. Oh.
It's Google.
First to our chief intelligence correspondent.
What's up, guys, and welcome back to the channel.
With the double clutch.
What's up, guys, and welcome back to the channel. today
I don't know if you guys missed how this thing sounds as much as I do. This car is rad. So, ironically, this might be the day where this car gets sold. So a friend of mine is stopping by the shop to check it out, take it for a spin, and we might work something out. Yeah, the GT350 is definitely the car that is gonna go before any of the other cars. So, we'll talk more about this later. I gotta get to the shop, I'm running a little late. Look at how good this thing looks. I really did miss it. It's a blast to drive and it's so shiny. Good old Schulminator's coming in clutch again with the truck and trailer, so we can go over. It's about an hour drive out to Melbourne. You guys already saw the title of the video, so you know what we're going to get, but I'll give you the story and kind of how this all happened once we get there. To go pick up this chaser, we are actually heading over to the Monster Performance Shop. They are a bunch of homies of me and Matt, and I haven't seen them in a while, so I'm excited to go see what they got brewing up. Lee's been making some moves. I know Lee's got a YouTube channel now. He's got an R35, and they've always got cool stuff going on. So it's kind of funny how as you're rolling up to Monster Performance, there's all these weird marks in the road. What is up with that? So guys, this is Lee. You guys have met him.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Or at least most of you anyway. Lee's got a bunch of cool stuff here. This is this your current drift car? I know you've got like 30 of them.
Cars now.
No.
Yeah, it's here to get some really cool stuff.
Is this the one that you hit me with?
Yeah, that's the one I hit you with.
My biggest dent in my 350Z is from an R34. That's pretty sick.
Hell yeah.
So, newest thing to the collection. Show me, dude.
Well, I got bad boys.
Make 1,000 horsepower yet?
No, I wanted to though. I can't wait.
Yeah, hell yeah.
I can't wait. It's a 14 Black Edition.
Have you ever driven a 1,000 horsepower GTR before?
Yep. Not an R35, but.
No, I was just playing. Your R34 makes 1,000, right?
It used to. It's
all right.
broken now, no.
The real cool cars are in back. All right, so forgive me, Lee. I can never follow what you have going on because you have like different engines in your cars like every other week. What's in this right now?
This is S13.5 with KAT 500 horsepower.
Has this not had like an RB, an SR, and like pretty much every other engine known to man?
Yeah, I do all the swaps. It had an RB, it had an SR for a year, and now it's back to a KA car.
My favorite car of all, on my favorite wheels of all. Thing's sick. What's the details on this right now?
Alright, well right now the engine out of this is sold to the customer with the sedan, so this is pretty much broken, but this is gonna get a 3.2 liter.
It had a 3 liter, right?
It had 3 liter, RB30, all-wheel drive. 80,050 to the wheels.
I know you ran 10s. Did you ever run 9s in it?
No.
This thing's sick.
luck.
One day we'll own one of these. This poor thing, dude.
Yeah.
This used to be the Mona Lisa.
It is, but she's going through a changing phase. So I sold the Pandem kit, and now I'm gonna make it a Hot Boy car.
Sick. This is the car we're picking up. Can we give a backstory on it before I show it? Like what happened, why this car is totaled?
When I got the sedan, my buddy George decided to get a Chaser, and he got a Chaser. And then I sold the sedan on him, and unfortunately he had a little bit of an accident with his car, and it got wrecked, and now LZ's gonna own it.
So originally I was talking to Lee about buying the diff out of it because I'm trying to make my Chaser nicer. I got that new R154 for it, and I hate the NA diff because it's shorter gearing. So I was gonna buy the diff, and Lee was like, yo, you wanna buy the car? Yep. So you were gonna pull the engine out of it.
I was last night, and you text me again, and now here we are, I'm selling you the whole time.
So my logic was I wanted the car so I could steal some of the factory manual stuff out of it. I knew that I could part it out, sell, and make some decent money out of it. But the car's like kind of able to run and drive.
Yeah.
So what if I took the parts out of the car that I wanted, like the black interior, the manual parts, throw my junk on it, and then have a Chaser missile for the States?
Oh, that would be sweet.
So
Chaser drift car.
I think that's the plan. And I realized too, the more I thought about it, so we'll show the damage and stuff more on this car, but we have fenders already painted for this car that I got for mine. And I have rear over fenders that can literally just go on and cover up this gross looking door, fix some of the stuff that's going on in the rear. And I think we have enough parts to bring this thing back to life. So, and believe it or not, this isn't from like a drift crash or anything like that. Didn't he like hit someone that pulled out on him or something?
Yeah, he was driving on one of the main roads here in Melbourne, and some lady pulled out in front of him and he couldn't avoid it, and he smacked her.
It's sad, but at least he was able to get some insurance money out of it, and we're getting a car that hopefully we'll be able to bring back to life. So this is kind of weird what's going on here. He had a bigger turbo on it, right?
Yeah, we should have insurance companies. We gotta take the good stuff.
I know. So the good thing is, hopefully most of the parts will be there, and whatever isn't there, hopefully we'll be able to rig up since I have some parts left over for my car. Yeah, so the goal is gonna be, I think it would be really sick, especially, you know, I haven't looked underneath it yet. I know you said the strut tower moved a little bit, right?
Yeah.
But you got a frame guy?
Yeah, I do.
So we can pull that out, and I think I have all the arms underneath it. And my goal is going to be to see if we can get this thing like driving in a day.
It's a big puzzle.
Sweet.
Yeah.
It's a big puzzle. It's gonna be fun though.
Yeah. Well, the cool thing is, like, worst case scenario, I can pull parts off my working car, and then I can just order them for my car.
Yeah.
So. Oh, this is. Oh, I got my old radiator though, right? Did we save it?
For the
Chaser? Sick. So like, I have this stuff. Yeah. And I know a guy that can weld. Surprisingly.
Wonder who.
So no bend on the frame rails or anything?
No, just literally hit there and the car dropped down. So it's good.
Dang. So it looks like one door and the rest we'll be able to fix. So it's got glass? Or is the glass okay?
All the glass is good.
So why is it taped?
Because the door wasn't shut all the way.
Ah.
So the glass is pushing out.
That's sick. I didn't even think I had glass. So.
Yeah, no, all the glass is good.
Heck yeah. I'm stoked. So when I got my Chaser, originally it was supposed to be a drift car, but it turned out to be like one of the cleanest Chasers I've ever seen. You've seen that car, right?
Yep, I see.
Dude, it is nuts.
It's really clean.
It would be a shame to drift that car.
It would be a shame.
So, but I know, I'm pumped. So it's looking like it's going to be a little bit more involved than we thought. The one hang up that we're going to have for driving this car in a day is going to be if that drive shaft is bad.
Yep.
Getting one made in a day is going to be tough.
You could find one maybe though.
You
know, somewhere.
We'll see. Actually, yeah, we might be able to borrow one from Johan or something.
Yeah.
But it's going to be tricky. There's definitely a lot of little stuff missing, and a lot of little odds and ends gasket-wise that we might need to find down the road. Like, as an example, this dumb little gasket here that goes onto the turbo.
We might have that at the shop.
Yeah, maybe. We've got a bunch of random gasket kits and stuff, and, you know, finding some hardware might be a pain, but if we've got 2 days, I think it's doable.
Sure.
Yeah, so if we can get, you know, the majority of the stuff figured out today, throw it on the lift, figure out what we need, 2 days, I think maybe might be more realistic, but... Oh, dude, I thought this thing was mint, dude. What's to do with that, dog?
It got an accident.
Dang.
You don't blame me, blame whoever drove it.
You're not wrong, you're not wrong.
I know I said broken low control arm.
Yeah, it's definitely broken. Yeah, but we don't want to bend this thing. Oh, I wonder if it is.
We should go higher.
Should we?
We need to put my truck more forward for sure.
I should have just brought my extra control arm. Yeah. The most damage is definitely in here where the wheel kind of pushed back in the cabin, but I just realized we actually have an extra coilover for this thing too, which is nice. I don't remember if I mentioned or not, but it's really convenient that I actually have over fenders that I got for my car in case I ever wanted them or if I ever crashed my car and needed to cover it up. I have over fenders that will cover all this and cover this rear door, so then in theory the only real messed up part that you'd see left would be this door. The hood's not even bad.
Why did you trust him?
Shulman, what is that noise? What did you break this time? All right, I need your best impression of what Alberto's gonna say when we bring this thing back and tell him he's gotta help us fix it.
For example, why make me do this?
He's like, why you bring me the junk cars at them?
This is why I want to.
All right, it's all there.
Hell yeah. Thanks.
You know.
Thanks, man.
All right, journey back begins. So I'm sure some of you guys are going to be curious what I paid for this car. Now the Chaser market's very weird. Factory manual cars are worth a lot of money. I wanted a lot of the factory manual parts and it kind of costs like thousands and thousands and thousands to get the parts. On that car alone, just the drivetrain, that 1J and that R154 would probably sell for like mid to high 4,000s. So right there's quite a bit of money for the car. Originally I was going to pay, I think, $4 grand for the car without an engine. And then I knew that Lee was gonna have to get paid to pull the engine out, and I was like, hey, maybe I'll just buy it with the engine and we can try to see if we can make it a running car again. I offered him $5,300 for the entire car, and that's what we got it for. That car, if it was all together and not crashed, would probably be worth 18 to 20 grand, especially with all the factory manual parts. So the beauty of it is, not only did I get a $5,300 Chaser, I got a car that I can pull the nice pretty parts off of, like the black carpet and the black dash and the manual diff, to make my Chaser the perfect like garage queen Chaser, and then I can put my junk on that and then have a sick drift missile Chaser. So I didn't really need another drift car, but like deals like this don't pop up. Finding Chaser parts is next to impossible in the States, especially like a Tourer V. So very pumped that we were able to score that. Big shout out to Lee from Monster Performance and George for letting us scoop this deal, but I'm sure he's sad to see the car go, but Lee needed space, and what we needed is definitely another project, right? This is
Absolutely.
So we'll have like 6 different projects now going on between now and the end of the year, and it's gonna get nutty. It's gonna be tough because I'm gonna be away for a lot of the time, but it's gonna be fun though. Yeah, it'll be fun. All right, Alberto, you ready for the big reveal? This is what you're gonna be working on for the next couple of days.
God.
You ready for it?
I see it has a nice angle kit.
Yeah, dude. Are you excited? Dude, I'm so pumped for this project. It's gonna be fun because we've done a lot of VTI 1J stuff, so it shouldn't be that much of a headache. But look at this thing, dude. It's not really that bad. All we gotta do is put mine and my lower control arms on.
Oh my God, what about here?
It's all right.
There's more wheel clearance?
Exactly.
Okay, I mean, sure.
But you know what I realized too, Alberto? I have those Origin over fenders that are gonna cover this door entirely.
I mean, it's fine, you're right-hand driver, that doesn't bother you for driving anyways.
I know. Who cares about the passenger?
No power! Just
so
like
the engine's
home.
missing a couple more things than we thought, and we're gonna need a drive shaft. But as long as we make a list today, I think the goal today should be get it rollable, get it on the lift, and make a full comprehensive list of what we need so we can try to run around like Mad Men tomorrow and get it sorted.
The subframe is bent too, yeah.
Uh-oh, really?
Takeoff point is like tilted that way.
Not that bad though.
Yeah.
It'll be all right. It's a drift car.
But my alignment, this car pulls a little bit to the right or the left. Like, I don't know. Out of my hands, man.
But I think we can adjust that.
Possibly. What is this?
This is your car, man. This is your 10-second car.
You want me to do 10 seconds on that thing, right?
Dude, this is where it's at.
Oh, 1JC, no shit. You know, a couple overnight parts from Japan, and then a couple orders locally overnighted, and
a couple stops by Titan, a couple raids in the back of the LZMFG warehouse with all my spare Chaser parts,
and a bunch of tools flying around the shop. This thing will do probably 15 seconds.
So, all right. The challenge, Alberto. I'm here for 2 more days before I leave. I want to get this car running and driving. I know it's probably not gonna be aligned perfectly. I know we're probably gonna have to take the frame machine down the road. I think that's definitely doable, especially if we can use my car to steal some parts for.
Wait, drive, but not in a straight line, right? Just drive.
I mean, we can tow it decently, like enough to do a burnout. I want to do a burnout on this thing.
Okay, cool enough. So,
yeah.
All right, just like lower the back real quick.
So we're gonna need to figure out something for a front mount on this. That's definitely gonna be a little tricky. Obviously, we're going to need new gaskets since you got a bigger turbo, and we're going to need to mount this one back up. Might need to redo the intercooler piping a bit. We need to get some injectors, need to put the MAF back in, which we have. The harness all looks good. We have an extra radiator. I don't know if, I think we'll have to take the radiator from my car, or we could put the Koyo in this car actually. And then I'll just leave the stock radiator in my car, because I have a Koyo for my car. The fan's a little broken, but I think there's hope, Alberto. Do you think it's doable?
We'll try.
Yeah. So the good thing is, like I said, we have a lot of experience with VVTi 1Js. Between the E36, Shulman has a 1J in his car. We did that 1J build on that purple piece of junk. We also did a 1J in my Chaser. Like I said, we got control arms just chilling right here for my car.
Just drop it.
Shut up. This is fun. It's like a precious gem that we don't care about, you know? Another great find. It looks like the tension rod was a little bent, but the good thing is, again, we have a spare for my car. I know. Like, this is like the perfect scenario for us, that we have all this random stuff laying around. That is not an easy thing to source. Like, if it was just a random person that got this car, you'd be waiting for the car, you'd get in Japan and stuff. But we're good. It's like I got 2 sets of parts for a reason.
Overnight parts in Japan, it's in stock.
Yeah.
It's even better.
You're not wrong. I think one of the coolest things about getting this car, I mean, originally I think this thing was going to get parted out and scrapped. But I'm glad that we thought of, well, I have to give Andy credit, because I sent Andy a photo. I was like, yo, check out this parts car we just picked up. And, I sent Andy a message. I was like, yo, check out this parts car we're about to go pick up. And he goes, it's not a parts car, that's a drift car. And then it got me thinking, so I made Lee an offer to keep the engine in it. And now we're going to be resurrecting the DZ800 that was destined for the graveyard and bringing it back to life.
I'm still better off than with Arasaka.
Shibuya just pulled off now.
Ah, useful weapon.
Oh, there's one more bolt right there. So I don't know what the smartest thing for bringing this back to life is going to be if we're going to.
What? I need to go from in the car if I do that. Yeah, so I don't know if it's going to be the smartest thing to get all these brackets new or to just make our own. Because getting a lot of these little brackets is going to be expensive and kind of hard to get. I don't know. Come on, But with fiberglass stuff anyway, we'll probably be making stuff. But this isn't that bad. For like how this is done. Not too bad, no. We just pulled it off so we could put the wheel on without worrying about it. And just like that, 30 minutes later, she's a roller. I'm gonna do my best to steer it. Just tell me where to go. Okay. We're rolling, guys.
Oh, the drive shaft, the drive shaft. The drive shaft isn't gonna get caught.
Alright.
Gonna need some juice soon. The force of 1,000 wombats! You die!
I think that was a drive shaft. Well, we got a roller! Look at this thing. It's slammed. Before it was the other side. This thing slammed.
Getting low on ammunition! Why is no one caring about my lack of ammo? Damn, I'm out of juice! Black shot, last junkie's a lesson. You're kneel before the Emperor! cruel warrior needs no weapon.
I can't cherish their agony if I run out of ammo completely. Insta-kill! My blood will roar with this here.
I have no ammo. I have no honor.
Running low on ammo.
Engine waits for no ammunition. Soul.
Fetch me their soul.
Here's the beast. survive this.
Die, you undead flesh addict! Double points!
Nice timing! I kill you! I kill you!
Ja, danke.
Pure delight! Focus!
Dempsey! You're a worst nightmare!
Oh, that thing cannot ever have been human! Nothing but you! Monster! Not on this day, tormented soul! strike was weak. Running light on ammo.
For work tonight. So good. This is the
Now this, what I'm talking about.
It is happy hour!
Strides in breaking through to their subconscious. Now the projections make edits to the film.
I require weapons. Stop until you are all destroyed. My cursed beast! I found the last piece. The grand secret. Takeo! Zero for zombie! Happy ending! Sometimes they like to keep them close. electrified!
You said it was Cuba. What happened in Cuba?
It can be easy holding fast to our dreams. City to city, moving at the same speed. Beauty is skin deep, looking for the in-between. It doesn't take just anything to bring out the extreme. We leave to keep score. For us it's run and go. For us it's all we know. It's run and go. We think ahead out of force out. We run and go. For us it's in our bones. It's run and go. We leave to keep score. For us it's run and go. For us it's all we know. It's run and go. We think ahead out of force out. We run and go. For us it's in our bones. It's run and go. It's running. It's running. It's running. it's run and go. We live to keep score. For us, it's run and go. For us, it's all we know. It's run and go. We think ahead out of force out. We run and go. For us, it's in our bones. It's run and go. It's run and go.
Dog. Now we're going to start going through the car today, but my number one goal is to figure out everything that it's going to need to be able to drive under its own power. So I'm going to start going through some of the spare parts we have in the trunk so we can figure out what exactly we are going to need and what we already have. Some key elements like the MAF, luckily we already have. But I know there are other things that we're taking out of the car, like the fuel pump, injectors, and other stuff that we're going to have to source. Found some stuff that we'll be able to salvage, other stuff kind of garbage, but slowly digging through this treasure mine. Looks like a battery bracket. Keep that. Is that a wallet?
No, I don't know what it is, but it's got.
So part of the problem with this car, it had a wing, and the wing wasn't kept on it, so a lot of water was able to just get in this trunk. Kind of sucks. This car was on a Haltech. That's kind of funny. I don't think this thing's ever been on a lift since the crash, so it's going to be interesting to see what's going on underneath this car. So it looks like the subframe is bent a little bit, but that looks like from someone jacking it up in the wrong spot. Does it not? Yeah. It doesn't look like it's that bent in terms of like moving forward or back. So that's a good sign. So this shifter is broken up here, but luckily we could probably just rob one off my new R154. Drive shaft looks like it's just broken on this like little joint thing, so we should be able to get that repaired fairly easily. So unfortunately the diff bushing on this car is shot. That'll give you a gnarly clunk when you're drifting. I was just gonna steal this entire subframe and put it on my car since it has like stock bushings and stuff, and then put the solid one in my car, but that's looking like nah, probably not. We'll just have to put bushings in this one. The internet says it's not possible to service a Toyota U-joint. Okay, well, regardless, this thing's screwed, but we're just gonna get it back together temporarily to meet our deadline. When the radiator support is so weak that I can physically pull it out with my hand. That's kind of sick. Shout out to Toyota for making their cars easily serviceable. Dude, I literally almost pulled this thing straight just with my bare hand. I'm amazing. Ow.
Your one-time pressing. The internet's right.
What? It's not serviceable?
No, they caps or something. They put these. They press after the caps. They press the steel down like I don't know, like a locking nut type shit on the exhaust.
Yeah, they call it safe.
Alright, core support's fixed.
Really?
Yep. I pulled it out with my arms of steel.
I'm assuming if you pull it out, it won't go back unless you press it again.
Oh.
That's probably not doable.
Wait, are both sides?
Yeah, get one.
Look at freaking Sean being a snitch over here.
So can you
You're not sharing tonight?
That's on camera.
I put it in the video.
Oh, it's in the...
I got him.
Fuck.
You're gonna hold a cheat now while saying it.
Is it recording?
Yeah, it's recording.
Oh, we got him.
Oh, it's zoomed on your face. Hang on. Wait.
Dirt-handed. Yo, so
There you go.
in addition to my core sport that I fixed, Johan has the rear drive. So Johan's a friend of mine. He's actually working on a special project for me right now that I can't tell you guys about. But he has the rear part of the drive shaft that we need, and that rules out the biggest worry of getting this thing running in 24 hours. So I think we have everything else that we should need. And Johan has injectors too. Johan has a chaser. Johan is awesome.
Yeah,
What do you
so
think?
I'll figure it out.
Alberto's like, cool, I don't need to do it.
So focused on his face.
For example,
What the? There you go.
Adam got splashed.
I'm surprised it still had anything in it. Oh. That looked like water.
Wait, what?
Let's flush this block.
Hopefully it's not rusted.
It's been sitting for a while.
That face.
So this car, it got crashed in December, so this car has been sitting for a while. But worst case scenario, if it's shot, we'll just put a 3.4 liter 2JZ
Jesus
stroker and a
Lord.
Samsona sequential in it, right, Alberto?
We can do that in 24 hours too.
For example.
we could just pull it out of the S15 and bolt right in. That would be hilarious. New challenge.
I see Pac's reaction in the background,
Well,
like.
we'll put a V8 in S15.
Alright. Alright.
I'm having such a great time working on a JZX 100 right now. Can you do this quick for me? Yep. Thank you.
Oh.
Like, dude, I really think this was a sign because the fact that I have a spare radiator, I have a spare angle kit, I have everything, honestly. Am I calling a fan?
Yeah, I think you might need to
Fan?
modify your core support a little bit more.
Yeah, the core support is definitely not straight yet.
What?
No, it's a little,
What is it caught on?
Fan.
There's something on this side.
No. I know what that's for. No.
Oh, I want to.
Oh, I should move.
Wait, where are you going?
That's like the perfect sniper.
Let me see.
Oh, you get one shot.
Oh, wait, move over to the left. Move over to the left.
Yeah, we don't hit the car.
More.
I'll stabilize you.
Why the net?
Yo, Alberto's got some good aim.
Dang it! I'm gonna get you back later.
This is the best thing. This is like working on a missile chaser at Ebisu, but in my own comfort of my own shop. Because you just don't really have to care about it. This fan, I think, is supposed to be out. Yeah, that fan is definitely broken. We're making a massive list of what we need to get the car running in 24 hours, and then another list of what the parts I need to get from Japan are.
I keep getting excited because I keep realizing we have things for my car since my car was basically a stock JZX 100. So like I was worried that Alberto would need to fab up all the intercooler cold side stuff, but I just realized I still have all that for my car since I switched to the top mount stuff. So this is cake. Marco's been pulling my frame out with his bare hands.
I definitely messed it up.
We fixed it, it's okay. It's a missile. I get annoyed with myself because I'm always hoarding so much stuff that I don't need. But in situations like this, like everything is just making sense and coming together. So we're not gonna have the most ideal cooling because the shroud is kind of toast, but this fan is kind of toast as well. But I have the old clutch fan for my RB, and believe it or not, they're actually very, very similar. I think if we drill out these holes a little bit, it'll actually bolt right up. The depth is a little bit different, but as a temporary fix, just to make this thing drivable, I don't see why this wouldn't work. So we'll get Alberto's input on whether this is a good idea or not. I think we can make it work. What? Bad idea? Why? Why? Come here and look.
The electric fan is right there.
Yeah, but electric fans suck.
But it's
I'm gonna need to run a clutch fan. Listen, okay, so I need to run a clutch fan. Like, in the end of the day, I need to run a clutch fan. That's gonna be the ultimate goal. But in the meantime, look how close it is. We could just drill it out to make it work for now, right?
No, because this part needs to go into the hub. This hub is like you need to have a machinist to do that.
So what we could do then, we could just unbolt it, and then there's a chance, because the fans are the same diameter, that this will line up with a few holes on this.
Probably higher than the previous chance.
Or we can drill out some of these, because it looks like, I don't yeah, it might, I don't know. It's worth a shot, but we can check those E-fans we have and see if they fit. The sick ones, oh, those ones suck.
They work. I have my car. They work.
Yeah, but you suck at driving.
Oh wow. Okay.
That's why they work. Shulman, shut up. You know I'm joking. I hate E-fans if you can avoid it. If you can fit a super thick E-fan, okay, yeah, go for it. But if there's limited room in the engine bay, I would much rather run a clutch fan over a slim E-fan. Okay, now he's nodding his head.
No, I agree, but like if we can't do it, then.
I mean, we could, but here's the thing. If we can make the clutch fan work, we don't have to wire anything. We don't have to wire stuff and then pull it out when I go back to a clutch fan. So, for the time being, I feel like making some sort of ghetto concoction with this is the move. Yet again, this is all coming together. So I actually ordered a Koyo for my JZX 100, but I didn't want to take the car down because it was running fine. I wasn't worrying about overheating since I wasn't planning on taking it to the track. So we have a baller Koyo radiator for a JZX 100 laying around. It's like this car was meant to be. I think this is the most excited I've been for a project in a while. If you guys are excited about this, take a second and drop a like on the video because it means a lot. This is probably the coolest thing I've ever done. Maybe not to you guys, but to me, this is the coolest thing I've ever done, and I'm very excited about it. Thank you, bye. There's a nice shot of the Koyo, a little bit thicker than the factory radiator. And then Shulman just located some of my old JZX 100 parts.
Downpipe.
Got a downpipe,
Piping.
intercooler piping. If we run a blow-off valve, which we probably won't for the cool noises. And then look at this. We have an exhaust from my Chaser, but we've got everything. This isn't even gonna be like an open downpipe car. Like it'd be fucking, I was gonna be rad. Here I am thinking tomorrow we're gonna be doing all the difficult stuff tomorrow. It seems like we're just gonna line it. Yeah, it's almost done. How's it looking, Mr. Scientist?
Nope.
No work? Yeah, no work? No work?
Not big enough.
Switching the sensor over. Look at that. That's so nice that it's just a direct fit. Although I am concerned. So it's an O-ring in the stock one, but here there's no O-ring or anything. So I'm wondering if we should put a crush washer on this. I'll ask Alberto. I feel like it should have a crush washer or some sort of thread sealant, otherwise it's gonna leak. We're moving so fast. Thanks for the help, Marco. I appreciate it.
Oh, you're welcome.
All right, so now the job is going to be to take my turbo off my car and compare it. I'm going to call Lee and see if he remembers if this turbo is good or not. It doesn't feel bad. So Marco may have found the worst news yet. It looks like the engine's supposed to be farther back than it is. I'll go ahead and agree with you.
No, it 100% is because usually it's just against the firewall.
That would make sense why it was so close to the radiator.
That would make sense why the input channel came out. That usually doesn't happen. Not even a crash.
So that's that could.
What? I can't hear what you're saying.
Alberto.
Alberto's a living meme. All right, so that's the biggest.
We can find that.
Yeah, but that's going to be our biggest speed bump as far as well as everything's been going.
So what's the news?
I have new engine mounts.
We're literally a JDM import place.
I got all these things from Andy at Power Vehicles. I was like, yo, what are the things that people always need for JZX 100s that they can't get in the States? So I think I got like a trans mount, I got motor mounts, and all the other stuff that we've been needing for the car.
Now we have to find it.
Yep, that's buried. And Adam strikes again. I'm pretty sure these are Kazama or Cusco engine mounts for JZX 100. Like, this is stuff that would normally push your average Joe back like a month waiting for it to come from Right Hand Drive Japan. And I happen to be crazy enough to come over from Japan with a suitcase full of JZX 100 parts that I didn't need. This is a sign.
done. So you get a Nissan GK-Tech fan on a 1JC Toyota engine.
That's sick.
It works. It's a lot
Clutch
of
fan.
trimming and redoing the holes, and a lot of hammering, and it's done. It's not the prettiest, but it actually works. If it breaks, it's Showman's fault.
Of course it is.
So we may have just realized that all 3 mounts are completely shot. You want to wiggle it, Marco? We didn't disconnect anything, and it's just doing that.
And it started moving.
It's funny how the train. Oh God.
Now
That's it.
Now
That's
it's going back to
fixing
place.
it.
Yeah, kind of.
That's hilarious.
It's wild. So we got stock harnesses, and we got another 17 belt right here.
Is it the same size?
Yep.
Dude, this is
Because
insane.
2J and 1J is the same.
This is meant to be.
Yeah. We
This
also.
car belongs to me.
Yeah.
Sorry, George.
So stock injector clips right here, same as 1J and 2J. So that's sick.
I know it probably isn't going to seem like much, but we actually did get a lot done on this thing. As you can see, we got the new engine mounts in. Gonna have to figure out something with the trans mount. Got the radiator mocked up. Kind of figuring out what we're doing for fans. But like I said, tomorrow the goal is to get this thing running enough to where we can rip some burnouts, maybe even some donuts. So it will take a lot more to make this car a proper drift car, and that will be more of a lengthy process. But I thought it was cool to kind of do a little challenge to bring this car basically back from sitting for almost a year to running, driving, and rippable. So hopefully you guys are stoked on this. I know I'm like a super Chaser fanboy. I don't know if you guys like the Chaser content, but I miss my Chaser in Japan. I've got my pretty one here that I never really drive because it's too clean. So this popping up for a steal and being something I don't care about crashing up was like the perfect thing. So hopefully you guys are into it. Hope you like it. Make sure you like the video. Thank you. And we'll see you tomorrow with this thing running and ripping.
There are 3 conclusively proven benefits from cannabis, okay? Treatment of chronic pain, treatment of chemotherapy-induced nausea. Again, this is something the medical community
Doesn't
said
cure
this is
cancer.
concretely, it works. She called nicotine the most reliable cognitive enhancer that we currently have. Question of the day before we get into this. Do you smoke cigars at all? And how many of you out there partake in the wacky tobacco?
There you go.
The marijuana. So this is, I wanted to talk, I want to hear if your opinions have changed on this. I wanted to talk, there isn't really a whole lot of balanced or, I guess to use the word nuanced discussion of marijuana out there. For that matter, tobacco. You get people who are radical on either side. As a matter of fact, I think the super pro marijuana lobby now, they have a lot of good arguments, but they sort of mirror the anti-tobacco lobby where they've really overshot their target.
Yeah, exactly.
So this is a quick segment to hopefully maybe present a balanced view of the benefits, and they are real for both, and drawbacks of both marijuana and tobacco, and really more so kind of their active chemicals. First thing I want to say is they're very important in a similar, they're very similar, sorry, in an important way rather. In that most of the research related to both marijuana or cannabis, I know people are like, don't say marijuana, that was a DEA term. Cannabis and tobacco. Most of the research is not, it's preclinical at best, and that's because we haven't been able to study either of them very well. So with marijuana, that's because it's a Schedule I drug, which I absolutely am against. I think most people who even think that marijuana is bad for you, of course, we still should be allowed to have some kind of medical research. And then nicotine hasn't been studied a whole lot because it's been the face of one of the greatest public health scourges and subsequent crusades the last century, really. So you don't have a ton of, so I want to make sure that I'm very clear. The research there is scarce. But let's go to the benefits. A little limited. Let's go to the benefits of marijuana first. There are some scientifically proven uses for marijuana. Okay, I want to be really clear. There was a 2017 meta-analysis of over 10,000 studies, I think. Oh, wow. And they essentially found that there are 3 conclusively proven benefits from cannabis. Okay, treatment of chronic pain in adults, and I want to be really clear. Like, this is chronic what they call neuropathic pain.
Yeah,
so people are like, I had a tooth removed and I decided to smoke a joint instead of take the pain. That doesn't work at all.
No,
okay?
it's the kind of
You're
leg
just going to
pain.
be in a lot of pain and paranoid about the dentist's tools.
It's the sciatic nerve pain that will help something like that.
Things like
right?
fibromyalgia, treatment of chemotherapy-induced nausea. Again, this is something the medical community said this is concretely it works. And then treating symptoms of multiple sclerosis. Then there are some maybe other therapeutic effects like improving sleep. You can look up all of these studies on PubMed. I think it's important to be honest about the benefits as well as the drawbacks, because some people tell you that it cures everything. Something else that's really important for people to know, like people say, why aren't you putting glaucoma on there? Here's the thing. You can have marijuana help with a condition.
Right.
But it may not be super effective, and it's significantly less effective with more side effects than other drugs available. Sometimes I know that everyone's going to say Big Pharma. No, I don't work for Big Pharma. Okay, this isn't paid for by the Koch brothers or Pfizer.
Yes, you do.
Like glaucoma, they have better drugs that last longer and are more effective. And so at that point, you say, okay, just like anything else, just like other conditions, we have a more effective drug for that.
Exactly, but it doesn't mean marijuana doesn't help.
No, and it may be one of the most effective drugs currently available for chronic neuropathic pain and those conditions that we talked about. So. Something else, a lot of people are going to be surprised when I say benefits of tobacco or its active constituent here, nicotine. Controversial, I know. Nicotine, when separated, by the way, from the dangerous habit of cigarettes, specifically inhaled tobacco, not the boogeyman it's made out to be. And I know you're going to say, well, I'm just trying to justify this habit. All right, in order of safety, it goes cigarettes, and then and then probably chew and snuff. What is it? The Swedes snus in the nose?
Snooze.
I don't know. And then it goes
You put
down
that in the nose?
Then it goes probably cigars and pipes because you're not. And then it would go to like vaporized nicotine, pure nicotine or nicotine gum. Nicotine by itself actually eliminated from tobacco. When they did studies on mice, it was almost impossible for them to get the mice addicted to nicotine by itself.
Really?
Without the other active
the
constituents
additives.
in tobacco.
Okay.
Again, these are mice studies, so I'm getting off on the field mouse weeds.
Field mouse weeds.
Fievel goes to science camp.
It's the field owl weeds.
Fievel gets stoned. So a recent, it was better, it'd probably be better than Fievel Goes West. That sequel really sucked.
Anything is.
Wasn't too great. You should go east.
You seem like you've been holding on to that for like
Any other direction than west.
Fievel Goes West. All right.
He was pissed off.
By the way, a recent FDA study found that smokers of 1 to 2 cigars per day, the increased risk of cancer is statistically nearly insignificant. And in 1960, by the way, also
That's good.
No increased mortality rate. Just want to be clear about that. And there are some studies where pipe smokers lived longer. So, Bill, good on you. You're smaller, Asian, and you smoke a pipe, so you're going to live till 105.
Yeah.
Excellent. By the way, there are a lot of neuroprotective elements to nicotine that have been proven. Studies have shown that it's actually inversely correlated with neurodegenerative conditions like Parkinson's disease.
Yeah.
Okay, they're even studying nicotine right now as an adjunct therapy, and this is pretty controversial. It's not a secret, by the way, to anyone who's used it. Nicotine, of course, helps with visual attention, working memory, even prospective memory, which means prospective memory as opposed to working memory means kind of the ability to sort of make plans, then remember them and follow through.
Pot does not help you with that.
No, pot does not necessarily. Well, some people will be like, man, you just need a good sativa. For what? For what? There was one?
Yeah. I'm real
Name that
hungry,
movie
bro.
line. There was one? There ain't no draft no more.
But
There
Stephen,
was
what
one?
you're saying here about the nicotine, again, to be clear, you're not saying cigarettes. You're
Correct.
saying
No,
some
of course not
studies are
cigarettes.
No,
about
cigarettes suck.
Nicotine.
I'm not even saying
Do people
necessarily
still
cigars.
smoke cigarettes in 2019?
People do.
Yeah, man.
Oh my gosh.
And we'll get to that in a
I've
second,
seen it.
though, because of San Francisco banning all the vapes, and so people now are just going to be smoking cigarettes more. But as a matter of it is so well-known, noted psychologist, who's actually been cited quite a bit. I want to make sure I have her name right here. Jennifer Roosted? I don't know. She's from the University of Sussex in Britain. She called nicotine the most reliable cognitive enhancer that we currently have.
Oh, wow.
That's a doctor, not myself. There you go. There's an appeal to authority fallacy because I like my cigars. Hit the notification bell. Join Mug Club at loudofcutter.com/Mug Club if you have not already. It's the only way to continue with this show on YouTube.
right.
And, of course, subscribe on iTunes, leave a rating.
We
So
need
let's get to
cigars.
the drawback so that everyone now in the comment section, people are like, oh, I think Steven's being really balanced here. I'm going to say, both of them have drawbacks. Shit! What happened?
Exactly.
And this should be something like you want someone like me on your side. Okay? You want people like the people in this room who aren't
normal
really
person.
pro-potheads, do not necessarily partake, saying, okay, maybe there's something here. We want to see some more research. I certainly don't want people going to jail for nonviolent drug-related crimes. Let's get to some of the drawbacks with cannabis. cannabis. Some people get mad that I even say marijuana. One is pretty undeniable, okay? Marijuana is harmful to the developing brain, meaning it can cause permanent deficits people who use it before the age of 25. Same reason you can't rent a car without paying a fee until you're 25. Right. The other here is more controversial. These are the two clinically proven drawbacks of cannabis. There seems to be pretty solid consensus among scientists and psychologists that marijuana exacerbates psychiatric conditions, or at the very least can act as a trigger to those who are already predisposed to them. Okay? Want to be clear. Drawbacks: tobacco. Similarly, smoking tobacco products, by the way, can cause cancer, obviously. Again, this is mainly in relation to cigarettes. Also, when inhaled, cigarettes clearly extremely addictive. Again, though, the rats couldn't get addicted to nicotine by itself. And I say this as someone who partakes, and all of us here either occasionally smoke cigars or pipes.
It's because you force me to.
Don't smoke them every day, and if I don't feel like it, I don't feel like it.
Yeah, exactly.
I've never once been like, oh, I'm nicking for a cigar.
Well, and everybody just they kind of conflate nicotine with cigarettes. Every time they hear nicotine, they think cigarettes, and they think all the additives and all the bad stuff that is in cigarettes that is obvious that's been proven.
And that's why it's hard to study.
Right, exactly.
I mean, the other part of that is I know what people are going to say, because whenever you want to get into the science of this, folks are going to go, but so what you're saying is that cigars are not dangerous. They have no increased risk. Well, there's a difference between a certain small degree of risk, which is certainly there is more risk of getting cancer from tobacco products if you're using them than if you're not.
Cheeseburgers.
Exactly. I mean, all kinds of things. But there's a big difference between cigarettes and cigars and pipes.
Yes,
I
they
mean,
can kill you too.
Oh God, those are
but here's
a whole
the thing
different
too.
category.
Think about this: the positive effects, the relaxing effects, reduced stress that you can have from smoking a cigar, or not a ton of cigars, but a little bit, right?
That's what I suspected with pipe smokers. And that was a meta-analysis, and even then when they isolated it for the cancer, I don't think we have these overlays. I think with the pipe smokers, they said there was like an increase of 2 to 4% chance of like esophageal cancer. Less of an increased chance from non-coffee drinkers to coffee drinkers, and they attribute that to actually drinking hot beverages. This is something a lot of people don't know. Yerba mate is like a popular drink now. They found very high in antioxidants, but those people would have all kinds of esophageal and mouth cancer. And the reason why, though, they drink it boiling hot out of a gourd, often with a metal straw.
Well,
it's like sitting on putting your mouth out on a sundial.
The heat itself is what's screwing up all the cells in there. I mean, not again that there isn't some perhaps increased risk with some certain types of.
We're not saying you can't eat soup.
Yes. Yeah, but it should be lukewarm.
A little bit.
Little warm.
That's all.
Yeah, sweet and sour anytime. Delicious. Egg drop. Wonderful.
And I want to be clear about the pro-pot lobby, the anti-tobacco lobby. They've gone way over the line. They're so rapid, just like kind of the pro-popular we were talking about, so far over the line that they now even try to downplay safer alternatives like vaping. They don't have that problem in Europe. They recognize vaping, isolated nicotine, is far safer than smoking cigarettes. But in San Francisco, you can't even have e-juices shipped or Juul products shipped to your house. But from what I understand, they still sell cigarettes in the Bay Area. So what do you think is going to happen? Like, gosh, I can't use what I used to quit cigarettes. Better go back to cigarettes.
Yeah, exactly. With all the problems that San Francisco has, I'm surprised they're focusing on this one. If you could just get people not to defecate in the street and live in tents around every single corner, that would be a good idea.
By the way, that also brings us to some of the big money shadow figures. A lot of people don't know this. The pro-marijuana lobby, they have a lot of big billionaire backers too. People say, oh, you're paid by Big Pharma. Well, George Soros has fronted a lot of organizations that push the cannabis. And something else that pushed the cannabis, that sounds like I'm out of touch there. Anyone who pushes something as a panacea
pushes the old weed.
Yes. This is something crazy too. A lot of people don't understand. Look into the relationships between big marijuana and Canada, because they all have to kind of go through Canada right now since it's gotten the green light from the government there. Big corporations, I don't know if it's InBev or Anheuser-Busch, they're now looking into cannabis drinks. When people say, "Oh, Big Pharma, you're paid by Big Pharma," if you have any opinion other than cannabis works for everything, well, what about the big corporations who are selling you your marijuana now that it's legal? You hate big corporations as a general rule, but all of a sudden they toss a little bit of THC isolate into your soda. They're inherently altruistic.
Exactly.
Those are the cool guys, man.
And they're gigantic corporations betting huge on this right now. So this is not like a small mom and pop field growing pot.
Yes, and that is going to be something very interesting, because just like with alcohol, with marijuana, the bulk of purchases come from people who chronically consume. It doesn't tend to involve people who occasionally consume. So if they're making these marijuana-infused, like beverages, things like that are going to be released in Canada and, of course, states where it's legal, well, do they have to create a drink to sell to the people who already partake in marijuana regularly, in which case it has to be a much higher dose, or do
Yeah.
they want to reach new users? Do they want to create
Yeah.
a new market share, which of course tobacco companies were vilified for doing, in
Yeah.
which case
Yeah.
so they would have to sell a product that really doesn't cater to their base. So it'll be interesting to see how this shakes out, and I want to know what everyone else out there thinks. Has your mind changed at all on medical marijuana, recreational marijuana? And what's your opinion? Who do you think is more powerful? The tobacco lobby? We've been told they're the boogeyman, or the anti-tobacco lobby. Hey, if you like this video, subscribe or hit the notification bell. I think you see some videos playing in boxes up above, but you may or may not know we've been demonetized on YouTube, so you can actually support this channel by joining Mug Club, loudwithcreditor.com/Mug Club. You get this wonderful hand-etched mug, along with hours of content every week, the full daily show that you don't get here on YouTube. Also, if you want to see this with the if you want to see Nip,